really proud to be here with all of you. Thank you that you found time to get to Vienna. I know how hard it is to come from Ukraine, how long it takes this way nowadays. Unfortunately, weather does not greet us properly, but I hope it will create a mood to focus and to brainstorm together during these 2.5 days. So welcome to Erste Stiftung. Welcome to the Policy Labs. It's our Policy Lab number 4. And we are very proud to have such a distinguished group of professionals with such diverse backgrounds and such a profound expertise. Policy Labs, you might be asking yourself, what is this? How does it work? What's the format? What my contribution could be? Philip Kern will answer this question. Joke. I'm joking. The idea Policy Lab came in 2022 when I just joined the Erste Stiftung, where I have honor to work already 2 years. Exactly, I started in April in 2022. I lead the Ukrainian desk. We have up to 5 flagship initiatives that we do all year round. We have smaller initiatives. We always have some space for new, unexpected initiatives that we haven't planned, but we like it. All our projects we try to build with local implementing partners in Ukraine. This is important feature of how we support Ukraine and how we assist. And mainly all our project is about capacity building for different groups, journalists, government servants, culture experts, civil society leaders, and I'm happy to tell you more about what we are doing during the year. And Policy Labs is one of our favorite project that we do already fourth time. During the Policy Lab, we try together to brainstorm solutions on a particular topic. Each Policy Lab has its own topic. You can read more on your tables. You can find a consolidated report about 3 previous Policy Labs. First Policy Lab was about culture, heritage, protection and development. Second Policy Lab was about civil society, well-being and resilience. Third Policy Lab was about creative entrepreneurship and how to unleash potential of culture and creative industries of Ukraine to rebuild Ukraine. And today we talk about good governance for public interest institution in the times of polycrisis. And indeed, we are in the times of a polycrisis, multi-dimensional crisis. And we believe in a pivotal role of public interest institutions that are at the heart of any country development, civil society development, and what we mean when we say good governance. I'm sure if I will pass the mic, we will have different interpretations. So the idea to think together about good governance during these days, to brainstorm recommendations, to learn what works, what doesn't. I'm sure you have a huge experience behind your back in different initiatives. And the main outcome of the Policy Lab, it's actually a report. It's a document that we write together with CARE European Affairs, our moderators and consultancy company from Brussels, where I have honor to work 10 years ago. Actually, I was responsible for Eastern Partnership region and was working as the project manager there. So thank you, Philip. Thank you, Alexandra, for being with us again today and for helping us to build the methodology, to build this approach. And then when we draft the report, we start advocacy work. For example, I just came back from Brussels last month, where we were invited to present results of the Policy Labs to the different directorates, and we try to create a certain political appetite for different stakeholders and to bring to the attention of different stakeholders what is needed right now. So that's why labs. It's a laboratory of meanings, solutions, and of course it's a great place to meet new people, to network, and we hope that after this policy lab you will find maybe new partners, new experts that will strengthen your existing project, or you can initiate together new projects. We already have new projects that emerged from the first lab, for example. So it's a room for debate, it's a room for new friendships and cooperations. But instead of many words about the Policy Lab, I would like to show you a short documentary about 3 previous labs, so you can catch the mood, you can see how many people already involved. So it's a community of people, it's a family, I would say. We have already up to 100 residents in the Policy Lab, and after this we will put you in touch with all of them. We will exchange your contacts. So joining the Policy Lab, you join a great community of committed people to support Ukraine, and Boris Marta will greet you after the lunch, the CEO of the Erste Stiftung, who support Ukrainian desk and me from the day one. And now, Lina, should I press just play?
The war against identity is something we should take very serious, because it is attacking an identity which is built on culture and freedom.
Lived in Bucha, worked in Kiev, normal life.
Our life was broken and we need to sew it.
How we can do it without any cultural objects?
End of November 2022, we started the project named Policy Labs.
See whether we can build a consensus among cultural professionals from different perspectives.
Let me show you where we have our workshop today.
Do you have your immediate reactions?
It was 300 years war about culture, because of culture, and for culture and to culture.
It's not only about the modernism, it's like...
So I guess you mean intangible heritage.
Culture is the biggest resource the Russians are after. You know, it's not about getting oil or gas from Ukraine, it's about killing the culture of Ukraine.
What we're going to look over the 3 days is how actually, through culture, you can affect other policy fields.
My background is urban planning.
And the cultural heritage is my sphere of responsibility.
Revitalization and the public art.
I have been for a long time a bureaucrat of the European Union.
In my old life, I was a lawyer.
You need to speak different languages, like bureaucratic language, NGO language, business language, to promote your ideas.
We need new scholars. We need to have new professionals working in institutions.
All right, the first slate will say this is a first-time presentation.
So I really lived and breathed, you know, the life of a social entrepreneur.
I'm not waiting for the war to end. We need solutions now.
This is the second time the Commission participates in these policy labs.
There is a sentence I really hate, that war is also a window and opportunity, and there is some truth to this.
That answers the question, you know, what should be done, why, and for whom.
When we talk about challenges for cultural and creative industries, maybe the first is to re-acknowledge that they are providing tools for economic growth, creation of jobs.
I was told this morning that the law on heritage that we addressed at the last Policy Lab was amended.
There is a very concrete result. I think we should change philosophy, our way of thinking and our approach towards culture.
Ukraine is dramatically changing right now.
It's also a new task for the state, because during all these previous periods in Soviet time, diversity was not a value.
So a lot of heritage right now is kind of abandoned without any action being taken to protect it.
We have no concrete definition. What is our cultural, what is this list of real values which we have protect?
Dreaming, education,
action. When you talk about only the museum heritage, it counts 12 million items. 12 million items which are spread in around 2,500 of museums all over our country.
The context here of the workshop is how can we influence this process and ensure that in this 50 billion recovery, culture and the creative sector are taken into consideration.
Yeah, so maybe it's a good time to ask questions.
How does digital culture feature in a museum in the future?
We need people creating brilliant products and services who are doing really revolutionary things for Ukrainian society right now.
It's super relevant to start opening the path today.
You know, to connect people under one umbrella and one goal.
We try to come up with short-term objectives, immediate objectives. How to protect cultural heritage from the looting of the war, from the destruction of the war.
It was a challenge to organize a workshop during the war.
Well, how do you start a morning like this? I really feel that we're doing something very, very essential here.
I love the Policy Lab.
I'm learning so much. It's really an educational experience.
This is one of magical things about Policy Labs. Independent, neutral platform where you can sit and talk even with your opponent. Our superpower is unity.
So, I'm sure you saw many familiar faces, and you may ask why Ministry of Culture and Informational Policy. Indeed, first 3 Policy Lab we did in cooperation with Ministry of Culture and Informational Policy, and together with them we defined those relevant topics that we need to address. This Policy Lab we do independently, and you maybe noticed that almost each time we had representative of European Commission. Also, I want to acknowledge people without whom the Policy Lab won't be possible, and who from the day one supported the development of this format, and who are here on site with us, and Lina, Alisa, Olena. So if you need anything from Wi-Fi password, if you need extra coffee, or you need to find a calm place for your urgent Zoom call, please, you can ask them. Also, we have Valeria. So all brilliant photos that you may find in our report and on the website. Valeria Maltseva here will try to catch the best momentums of these meetings, and then we will send you the link. So feel free to share. We have Igor and his crew that will take you at a certain point and film you, because we want to document this. And as you see, we built our archive so we can trace the progress and we can trace the development of this initiative. And also round table discussions, they are streamed to all our Policy Lab residents that I mentioned, up to 100 people, and we have wonderful team just behind this table who ensure that all Policy Lab participants can hear and follow. So I wish us fruitful days. I hope you will have many takeaways, many insights, and we also prepared for you wonderful informal program. We will visit the Belvedere exhibition in the Eye of Storm. We will visit corporate collection of the Erste Bank that is absolutely unique. And today, later, we will have informal dinner, so where we can know a little bit more about each other. And now I want to give the mic to Philip and Alexandra. Philip will set up the format and will explain you what's next.
Thank you very much, Jana. Good morning, everybody. Good to be with you on the starting of this Policy Lab. I know that whatever happens over the next 3 days, maybe not whatever happens, but anyway, the process will lead us to make friendship. So this is already a big achievement of the Policy Lab, but we will not stop to there. First, I will try to introduce my colleague, Alessandra, which will helped me moderate the 3-day session. And thanks, Alessandra. I just would like to mention on the format, so we want it to be extremely interactive. I think the video was brilliantly showing the aim and what we are trying to achieve over the 3 days. We want to be very concrete. We want to come up with concrete proposals that we can submit to authorities, whether they are in Ukraine, whether they are at the European Commission, whether they are in some of the member states of the European Union. So we want to use your brain, your experience, to come up with interesting policy measures that should be implemented in light of what you have seen on the ground. The aim is to really impact on policies. So this is why it's called Policy Lab. So it's indeed on the last day, we will co-create together on the basis of our 2 days of exchange what we believe should be policy measures to support development of a strong public interest institution in Ukraine. What is interesting in this lab, and it's a bit different from previous lab, is that you are coming from quite different backgrounds. So people are researchers, some people are working for universities, some are working for the media, some are working for cultural institutions like museum, and it will make it quite, I think, interesting in terms of enabling more transversal interaction with people coming from with different background. We have also officials and so on. So we're really looking forward. It may make it more difficult because we will have a different definition of what we understand by public interest institution, but I'll come back to this later on. But I think it will stimulate interesting debate because of the different background that you do have here. So what we mean by public interest institutions? These are institutions that usually are public, but not necessarily, because amongst there are some NGOs, there are some associations that are not necessarily publicly funded, but which pursue a kind of public interest mission. So it could be media, it could be a university, it could be a museum, archives, it could be a creative hub. This is what we understand by public interest institutions. And what we want to go about this policy lab is to see how we can help public interest institutions in Ukraine to develop into institutions that can address the challenges of Ukraine, but also more global challenges that we all know about, climate, democracy, governance, increased funding, and so on. So this is why we call it Polycrisis. Obviously, the focus and immediate attention is addressing the war, but also the aim is to go beyond the war and enable the country to adapt, to help it to integrate to the European Union, to prepare for the accession, and indeed already feed in the process of getting better policies. I have had the chance to have several missions in Ukraine for the European Commission, technical assistance for the Council of Europe. So I know a bit of the country, and we know the challenges the country has to face, independently of the challenge of addressing the war. And what we want is, during those 3 days, is to come up with ideas on how to upgrade the institutions, help the institutions to contribute to the recovery of the country. And so we are addressing it through three labs. The first one will be more focused on how to engage with the community, which is not only a problem for Ukraine, but it's a problem for public institutions all over the world, I would say, how to engage with citizens, the community. Then the second one will be more about funding, how to enable those institutions to develop autonomy, more responsibility, more better means to address what they want to do. And then we will, in the third lab, will be more in kind of the future. How should the public institution look like in the future to be able to address those challenges? We are not doing this policy lab out of context. So obviously the first context is the war, but the second context is that the EU in particular has voted a 60 billion recovery fund for Ukraine. And some of the money will go towards technical assistance, enabling the country to prepare for EU accession. And what we have tried and what we advocate in the Policy Lab, and successfully so far, is that culture should be taken into account in the recovery fund. So somewhere it was integrated in the recovery fund that is going to be set up. That culture should be a target also of this recovery fund. It was a hard battle, but we succeeded at least to have this concept covered. Now the second step is to come up with concrete proposals, because people will say, yeah, but culture, this is marginal, this is not important, public interest institution, this is, we need to build infrastructure, telecom, roads, hospitals. Of course, we're not saying the contrary, but we're saying that if you want to develop a democratic Ukraine, a growing Ukraine, you have to also take into consideration the cultural aspects. And this is what we are going to do about in the next 3 days, is to see how public interest institutions can play a role to address today's bottlenecks in Ukraine, and how we can mobilize those public interest institutions to build the future Ukraine. So we will do this essentially through interventions. So there will be people that agree to speak a bit and share their experience, with a mix of 2 breakout sessions that will be managed by Alessandra and myself, where we'll be identifying the issues, the challenges in relation to specific topics, and then in the second part of those breakout session, propose solutions. And then we will report on the outcome of these outbreak sessions, and Alessandra and I will take notes of what came out of those breakout sessions. And on the last day, Alessandra and I will come back with what we believe is the synthesis of the discussion. And we will propose you a set of policy measures that stem from the discussions we have had together. And we will discuss together whether you agreed with our synthesis, whether we missed something, whether something is wrong. And we will co-create actually the set of policy measures that we will then forward to officials in Ukraine and in the European Union, and whoever is interested in the outcome of our work. So I would like to finish this introduction before we can get into a round where we introduce ourselves and we get to know each other. But before doing this, I'd like to thank Jana for the initiative, because now the war is 2 years. And in fact, you started the process of the Policy Lab just a few months after the war started. And 2 years later, still the war is there, but the Policy Labs are also there. And we hope we can stimulate, and I'm sure we can, because if you look at the list of people that actually were present at the Policy Lab, it's a very impressive list. And probably Jana was able to create a collective of cultural professionals that is really unique, and which will definitely help, because we know that things are done by people talking to each other, networking, developing ideas together, and already this has been achieved. And I think this is important. So I would like to thank Jana for this, for a vision and for a commitment. Also the capacity to convince the bank, Erste Foundation, to get involved into the topic. So this is the opportunity also to thank Erste Foundation to be involved and to be supportive. But initially it was Jana's actually forcing a way through and getting them to see that this was of interest. Something I forgot to say also, the Policy Lab have always been structured in such a way that you have a mixed, half Ukrainians and half European, or outside. Ukrainians are Europeans too, but outside of Ukraine, from Europe. Okay, so here again, to enable also this exchange of experiences on both sides, and get the most of good practices that could be identified either in Ukraine or in the rest of Europe. So what I suggest now, unless there is a question maybe on the format and the thematic, if there is anybody who wanted to add something? Or maybe somebody that attended previously and that would like to say something that I didn't mention that thinks could be important. In any way, just be relaxed. We are among friends. It's there is no examination. Everybody is here to share experience. Some of you will be asked to intervene, but here again, it's more about sharing your experience. It's not about making a big case. It's just to show why you have been invited. What are the good practices you want to show? And there will be also some panel at some point. So it's just get out of your brain some ideas you feel are important in order to build the future. Yeah. Any remarks or any intervention? Any questions? So I suggest we do a round and we introduce ourselves. We have 1 hour for this, but we are quite a number of people. So please restrict to 2 to 3 minutes, essentially where you're coming from, your experience, and maybe add on what is your expectation of the spending time here. It can be no expectation at all, but you may have also something to share in terms of, this is what I'd like to see happening during the 3 days. It will help us also to make sure we take into account your expectations. We start here? Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Evgenia Olinik. I am a program director of NGO, of Ukrainian NGO, is Media Development Foundation. Our organization is 10 years old, and we develop mostly local media in Ukraine. We have 96 media in our network, and the monthly audience of our media is up to 10 million people. It's really a very big amount of Ukrainians. And we developed media during 10 years, and our main focus of last 3 or 4 years was media management, and we developed media as media organizations, not only content part, but also how to manage media work, how to manage people, how to earn money, and how to fundraise money. For now, when during the war, commercial market of Ukraine is really not so good as we want to see it. And thanks for Jana and thanks for Erste Foundation, we launched the Kyiv Media School 1 month ago. We decided that we have a lot of experts, more than 120 experts inside of Ukraine who works with media, and we decided that we have to have some institutional approach to develop media, and now we teach some journalists, some high-level editors of Ukraine to manage media. I mean, not only local media, but Ukrainian national media too. I'm really happy to participate in such event as today and the next days. And I have really very high expectation because we are looking always what are best approach to develop Ukrainian media and how we can cooperate with other organizations from other spheres to recover Ukraine during the war. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Yulia Fedyev. I am the member of the board of Ukrainian Public Broadcaster, which is the member of European Broadcasters Union. And at the same time, I'm also the member of the supervisory board at the State Institution Ukrainian Institute, which is working in the culture diplomacy field. And a part of expert teams at RESPOL, it's a EU-funded project which works for the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, actually in order to develop policy papers in culture and information policy. So I'm happy to be here with you, and my main expectation is actually the last day outcomes, which I can take with me also to the development on policy papers for the ministry. So wish you a fruitful 3 days.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Vlada Grudova. I am Executive Director of KNC Institute. It's a branch of Kyiv School of Economics. Kyiv School of Economics is a mix of university, think tank, and charitable foundation. I'm representing a think tank part. Started to working for it 2 years ago almost. I'm a co-head of the project that's called Damaged in UA, responsible for collection and calculation of all the damages, losses related to war. And for last 9 months we have supported the government of Ukraine on development Ukrainian plan that is related to 50 billion Ukrainian facility. Previously to starting this position, I worked in the fields of reform, but mostly concerned to everything related to public assets, reform like privatization, lease of public assets, lease of publicly owned land, and everything related to it. And before that, I worked for business. So my specialty are complex project management on complex project with multi-stakeholders and multi-field projects. So my expectation for this policy lab is basically to see others' opinion because we live in right now kind of in very fast environment when you tend to focus on your own opinion and force it to happen. So I really want to step out from everything related to that and hear other thoughts and come back with new ideas and new views from other perspectives that, let's say, than mine, I would say. So this is, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yulia Markots. I'm also work with Vladislav and KC Institute, Kyiv School of Economics. I'm head of the Center of Public Finance and Governance. And so we deal with everything related to the budget financing, public finance, local budget, and all other things that related to the state money. So I'm very glad to be here, and I hope to contribute from the perspective to the building better public interest institutions in Ukraine through the public finance. In our work, we deal some spending reviews for different state institutions in Ukraine, and we saw a lot of different challenges and problems that are still there. And for now, Ukraine goes from the most difficult period of its history, and I believe this is also the opportunity to change some process that we have, and financing here is one of the main point, I believe. Thank you for invitation, and I wish you and all of us a good 3 productive days.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mirela Baciak, and I am also very happy to be here. So thank you, Jana, for the invitation. I'm a curator, which means that I work mostly with the medium of the exhibition. And since last year, I'm also directing Salzburg Kunstverein, which means that I also work with the medium of the institution. And I think what's really at the core of my interest is how we can think institutions through the process of hospitality, that is, through the process of self-othering. So I have a feeling that the institutions in Austria are rather rigid structures, and let's say I think my long-lasting aim is try to transform the institutions, case in point now Salzburg Kunstverein, how to be able to imagine it as a something else. So this is something that I'm trying to do with the exhibition program, of course, with the artists that contribute to or that are at the core of my programs. And as for my expectations, I think I would be happy to leave here with some feasible ideas and potential collaborations for the next years. Thank you.
My name is Miroslava Gungadze. I'm head of chief of Ukrainian for Eastern Europe Bureau in Warsaw, Voice of America. I'm basically the walking institutional memory of Ukrainian political and democratic and media development. I hope I can contribute to this discussion and understanding of what really happened and what happening and what can happen and how we can improve democratic development in Ukraine. So my expectations to meet capable people, to see projects that can be highlighted. For many years, I was the head of Ukrainian service at Washington, D.C., and my job was to help Ukrainians to understand how the world works, how US works, and to build bridges between countries. And now I'm trying to highlight and show the regional development and specifically the effect of the war on the region for the global audience. Voice of America has over 300 million viewers and listeners around the world globally. And everything we do is highlighting and showing the development of in this specific region and Ukraine, obviously. So thank you so much, and looking for a fruitful discussion.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Novosad. First of all, I'm grateful to Yana for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be here among you. My field is education. I used to serve for many years at the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, starting day one after the Revolution of Dignity. I worked with a couple of ministers' teams on various positions, and in 1920, I was the Minister of Education and Science myself. Together with previous teams, we invested a lot of efforts, resources, time to the comprehensive school reform in Ukraine. The first, basically, in the regained independence of Ukraine. I resigned in 2020, and when the big war started, out of a sudden, in a few months, when it became evident how systemic is Russia's war, not only against our military and civilians, but also against our schools and kids. By today, Russia has destroyed every 7th Ukrainian school out of 14,000 that we had before the war. It might be not evident to people. The damage is beyond the imagination, not only on the infrastructure, which means access, but also in terms of quality. So in spring 22, when Ukrainian army liberated the north, together with partners, I've co-founded a charity that is called Safe Ed, and our mission is to restore access to education in the war-damaged communities, especially in those that are most vulnerable, rural. What we do is basically trying to see what are the needs of the communities and trying to figure out how can we reestablish that access, which does not mean, in many instances, rebuilding the schools. So we do bomb shelters, we do temporary schools, we do repurposed schools, and whatever is left out of the premises, but also we do a lot of soft programs for teachers, kids, extracurricular programs to resume education. By today, we've returned roughly 70,000 kids to at least some educational activities in 5 war-damaged regions. My expectations, I think they will form during these 2 days. However, Philip rightly said at the beginning that we have to think about the institutions that are capable to address the challenges of the war. And to me, it's interesting to share, to learn from your experiences and thoughts, but also in terms of very practical from my institution. This is where me and the team that is growing are looking at, and also what's more important to me, one thing that I learned during this last 2 years is that we as Ukrainian institutions are oftentimes so much more capable than very old school heavyweights from international assistance sphere. And I think it's a very high time for us Ukrainians also to think, how can we go beyond Ukrainian remit after the war is over, and how we can also work internationally. At least that's what I see for Safe Ed. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Leandro Pisano. I'm a curator, independent researcher, and a teacher based in south of Italy, in a rural place. I work since 2003 on rural regeneration processes through art and residency projects and different type of events such as workshops, laboratories, and cultural actions created in co-working with the local communities. Our territories, the South Apennines in south of Italy, but we had the chance also of working with in an international context, having exchange programs and also connection with different organizations in different parts of the world, such as Japan, Chile, Australia, and other parts of the planet. I'm here also representing my independent organization, which is called Interzona, with which we are conducting cultural program totally independent since 20 years, and so we are really interested also in digging into issues that are structural in cultural policy labs workshops. So my expectations are exactly to have an exchange with you all participants in this workshop, especially in dealing with such topics as heritage, cultural heritage, or building possible futures and narrations. For example, we have worked on a document which is called a Manifesto of Rural Futurism. I've written together with another Italian curator, Beatrice Ferrara, in 2019, and this document is in some way a text in which we are trying to deconstruct the narratives about the isolation and oblivion of rural territories in generally in south of Italy, but also in other parts of the world. So we are really interested about this topic of building possible futures. And also, of course, narrations, archives, and the role of education and culture in a complex scenario related with the Polycrisis era we were discussing before and in which we are living now. So thank you. I'm very grateful to Jana for this invitation, and I look forward to have reaching and exchange with you all in these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello everybody. Again, I'll start with thank you to Jana, because it took her quite a while to convince me to come here, because I've been thinking if I'm not out of the context here. But anyway, my name is Tatiana Vodutyka, and I'm a PhD in history, and I'm having pure academic background until recently, when in 2023 I joined the team of Kyiv School of Economics, but university part, thanks to my colleague who explained what Kyiv School of Economics is, and I don't have to repeat that. And I designed the master program in urban studies and post-war construction. And it was launched in September 2023. We're having 26, possibly 25 now, students who will reconstruct and rebuild and implement whatever we are thinking here in this room. My expectations are, someone in the documentary mentioned educational experience. So I believe this 2.5 days, 3 days will be educational experience for myself, because I'm a kind of designing education to address all those bottlenecks and challenges. And also, it's a kind of great pleasure to be among people to whom ivory tower, it's not an environment, who are able to break ivory towers in their heads, but who are still able to fly high but stand on the ground firmly, and to whom big ideas and values are actually not, just words, but something that leads them through life and through their projects. So yeah, big expectations. Thank you.
Good morning, dear colleagues, and many thanks to Erste Foundation for bringing us together. My name is Anastasia Murzanovska. Originally, I come from Odessa, Ukraine. I have a background in law and I hold a master's degree in European law from the College of Europe in Bruges. For the past years, I've been working on democracy support project in the Eastern Partnership countries, including Ukraine and beyond. Currently, I work in Brussels for the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum, that is a unique multi-layer platform gathering more than 1,000 organizations from the Eastern Partnership countries and the European Union. And our organization aims at promoting European integration, facilitating reforms, rule of law, and democratic transformations. We have been supporting the Ukrainian National Platform and our members in Ukraine through various means, granting opportunities and capacity building activities. I'm really honored to be here among esteemed experts, practitioners and scholars, and my expectations to have insightful discussions and to create synergy that will allow us to form the recommendations, and I look forward to our cooperation. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yulia. I'm number 3 Yulia in a row, but we have one more. So there are 4 of us, which kind of a unique, I would say, in such a team. So I'm executive director of Aspen Institute in Ukraine. We are called Aspen Institute Kyiv because we operate not only in Ukraine, but also within the region. However, everything changed since the full-scale invasion as we focused more internally and just everything we do for Ukraine, for Ukrainian society. My background is very diverse. Somebody mentioned, like we were talking with Svetlana, that something is not mentioned in my bio because I have a quite a diverse bio, starting from managing wood factory far away in the north in Ukraine, but it's not in my CV because most professional, biggest part of my professional experience is in mission-driven or impact-driven organizations. I founded Open University of Maidan during Revolution of Dignity. For us Ukrainians, the war started 10 years ago. However, of course, 2 years of full-scale invasion is a big war, so-called, which changed a lot as well. So during that revolution 10 years ago, even a bit more, I founded this civil society organization, which was just lecturing in a main street of Kyiv, outside, sometimes while it was minus 20 Celsius. Also, another part of my life, I'm an economist by education, so I was engaged with Ministry of Economy twice, which led to establishment of free market Bendukidze, named after a Georgian reformer who was my mentor and who was a big advocate of free market reforms, especially for Ukraine. So I also co-founded a Bendukidze Free Market Center. I've served as vice president at Kyiv School of Economics for many years, so it's glad to see new people. We haven't worked together, but I'm really happy that the projects I was opening and I was starting, including first policy programs like leadership in public finance and MBA program at Kyiv School of Economics, they're growing. So it's a big pleasure to meet you all. So I served at Kyiv School of Economics, and more than 6 years I'm leading Aspen Institute in Ukraine. Which quite a lot. What do we do as Aspen Institute? Our big mission, we are part of international network, but we are absolutely independent. And the big dream which unites all Aspen Institute around the world is good society. It's a very philosophical term. You need hours and hours to discuss what does it mean, and every one of us will have a different view on that. Same time, our mission is more structured to more understandable way, and we have 2 main components how we operate and what we try to achieve. First part is promoting value-based leadership which is based on values. Same time, as Aspen Institute, we do not tell people, like the leaders we gather, which values are good or bad. So we basically provide a platform for a very diverse group of top leaders to better learn, better discover their own values through different kind of methods, including the dialogue, which is a second part of our mission, to promote and develop culture of dialogue. Dialogue, not a debate, not a discussion like itself, but rather dialogue which opens up a place to learn more from each other. And our superpower is that we could gather within Ukrainian society, we could gather people who would never meet in normal world. Sometimes people hate each other. We are blamed sometimes to having not good enough people on the table, but same time working with top leaders from different areas, from different parts of Ukraine, and trying to address some complicated issues. I believe that's a crucial for our bright future, for building this good society in Ukraine, as the dialogue open up the chance for understanding, and this understanding influence better decisions, which influence the establishment of Ukraine, which we dream for and work for and fight for. Sorry, I'll stop here. Just maybe adding that I'm mom of 3. Everyone is so professional, but I'm in the informal part. I'm a mom of 3 children, and I'm a wife. My husband volunteered to Ukrainian Marines, and I'm very grateful for our invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here and especially meet lots of friends whom I never had time to meet properly back home. So very delighted to be in such a company. I'm very humbled and ready to learn from all of you. And my key expectations would be probably to learn the format. I haven't participated in policy labs like that before, so it's really interesting how it will work and how we will produce something, hopefully, which will help our country to become better, stronger. Thank you.
Hello to everyone, and I will start also with thank you to Jana and Ukrainian Desk and for Erste Foundation for this Policy Labs project and for opportunity to be here among these people. It's a great pleasure for me. And I'm PhD in political sciences, and currently I'm working as associate professor at the Department of International Relations and Political Science at the Bogdan Khmelnytsky National University. And I made my internship here in Vienna at the Austrian Institute for International Relations and at Institute of Human Sciences, well known as IWM. And I'm happy to collaborate with Jana with starting of some new projects for Ukraine. And as about expectation, I'm really sure that all our minutes that will be collected will be the flow of new report, and it will be implemented in Ukraine as soon as it will be possible. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Force Yulia here. I'm delighted to be here. I have been working for 13 years in one of the biggest non-profit organization in Ukraine called Internews Ukraine. We serve Ukrainian media and their development as our colleagues from Kyiv Media Fund. For a long time, we were focused on development democratic media in Ukraine, especially regional media. But for last years, we strengthened our expertise in different areas, such as communication, development, cybersecurity, digital security, and we do a lot of to struggle against of Russian propaganda in Ukraine. I specialized in communications mostly, and we are starting with Erste Foundation, thanks to Erste Foundation's a big project this year, educational project on leadership with young people. So I'm interested to dive in your values and your ideas, and I'm really interested to find more about our future partner. So thank you for inviting.
Hello, my name is Anne Wiederhold. Thank you very much, Jana, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I am an artist. My artistic background is theater, acting, and I run my own space. I'm co-founder and co-artistic director of the Brunnen Passage here in Vienna. Originally, I'm from Germany, but I'm based in Vienna since more than 20 years. What do we do? It is directly at the Brunnen Market, the longest street market in Europe. And we are a former market hall in the middle of this colorful and brilliant market area. We have 85,000 passengers a week. And in our market hall, we do art for everyone. So we bring people together through art. We have more than 400 events a year, transdisciplinary, from visual art, dance, music, theater, film, everything. And we do a lot of collaborations, partnerships in this outlying district with the so-called high art institutions. So the idea is to change the world through the arts, to bring people together, to build new synapses in our cities. And we do this now since more than 15 years, so we have a lot of experiences, a lot of awards. We wrote a book about our work, and we give consultings now international for ministries, for cities, because this kind of a shared space where people can come together. And we have really people in this longest street market of Europe from all over the world. And many people from Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Bosnia, many people who survived war. And so we work with people who are newcomers in our society and with the autochthone Austrians. And how to build a new collective space with all ages. It's a public-private partnership, how we are set up. And the next huge project, what we're working for, 100 meters behind our place, in this huge marketplace without any cars, in a ranking worldwide, the most beautiful 50 places in the world. I don't know who choose this. We are the place number 34. Yeah, and under our place, there is a shelter from the Second World War, and nearly nobody knows this. But what does it mean that there is this behind this beautiful place? There is this shelter, and we have now the key for this shelter, and the next institution will be, now we are looking for fundings and so on, to build up a contemporary memorial art space there to overcome trauma. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexander Yakemenko. First of all, thank you for the invitation to such a wonderful event, I must say. I've heard a lot about that, and now when it's starting, I'm pretty sure it will be even more exciting than I thought before. Just briefly, a few words about me. I have a diverse background with regards to probably to education. It's probably, I guess, only half of my diplomas are listed there. And with regards to my professional experience, I was a city councillor back in the day in one of the cities of Ukraine, and then I was working at Ministry of Education at some point. Then I switched my focus to an NGO. I was representing intergovernmental international organizations in Ukraine, implementing various projects, mostly connected to the promoting democracy, political party development, youth, and other topics. Currently, I'm senior advisor on Ukraine at Democracy Reporting International. This is an international NGO, as you may guess from the name, with the headquarters based in Berlin. And now we are launching our office in Ukraine. We were active in Ukraine since 2014, but then unfortunately, due to the big war, we had to put on pause our activities. We still did something from Berlin, but unfortunately our office was, we needed to shut it down. But now we are starting a new project, and one of the components of this project, it's somehow linked to the event we are now. We have this component, democracy and war, and one of the aim of this component was actually to get together with different stakeholders and discuss this very important topic in our opinion, since this war brought many bad things apparently in Ukraine, and among that is actually weakening the civil society in some sense. And now what to do with it, and like what involvement of what actors and all of that kind of stuff, things. We believe that this multi-stakeholder approach, when people from, I don't know, different areas, fields with, you know, different backgrounds, they sit together and discuss it, and this is exactly the approach is used for this event. And I do believe it has a huge potential, because we all, being in different bubbles, sometimes may not see obvious things, not because we are not that smart, it's just because of our focus. So that's why I do have expectations this, after 3 days of fruitful discussions and planning and things, I will get many good ideas and maybe potential cooperations, networking, and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's in brief what I think and what I expect. Thanks again for being here, and thanks again for the invitation.
Hello, good morning. I, of course, join the gratitude of being invited. It's really an honor and a privilege to be with so interesting people. And I'm looking forward to learn from all of you. My name is Clara Montero. I come from San Sebastian, which is in the Basque Country in Spain, in the north of Spain. It's also a little periphery corner in Europe. I am the cultural director of Tabacalera, which is a public art institution. I will not tell too much about it because I will have the opportunity to tell you more about it later. Previously, I was director of culture at the Basque government, so I have a bit of background in the field of cultural policy. And more than I don't know if I have very specific expectations, but I'm very much looking forward to the experience, both personally and professionally, to learn from you and to learn more about Ukraine. And from a professional perspective, I think we face a lot of challenges in the cultural sector in Europe, especially in the public culture. I think we have to find new narratives and to renew our discourses to defend the intrinsic value of culture and how culture can help articulate societies, to engage communities, to enable society to make a better society, as you were mentioning before. And I really believe that Ukraine can be a pioneer in this, so that maybe Ukraine has a very interesting opportunity to develop a strong discourse there. And I'm very happy that this policy lab has the intention of being very practical and technical, because I think it can also help the rest of us to articulate better discourses. I'm looking forward to it, and thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Zubkov, and I'm the manager for Europe at an organization called Democracy Reporting International. You've already heard from my colleague Alexander, so we're here in force with two of us. A little bit about us. We work internationally on issues of democracy, trying to protect and promote democracy. We work on various themes, including justice, individual rights, local government, decentralization, digital democracy, a number of other topics as well. We have around 9 country offices around the world. And of course, we had a country office in Ukraine, which is currently restarting. A lot of our work was done in the areas which unfortunately now ruins. That's one of the reasons why we had to pause our work there. In Europe, we work on a range of things. We particularly focus quite heavily on rule of law. We run probably the largest civil society program on rule of law inside the EU, trying to protect rule of law also here, because there are attacks on rule of law here. We also do a lot of work on issues of disinformation, over-horizon threats to digital democracy, and generally democratic discourse online. And in that, we work very heavily also with Ukrainian colleagues, where the field is very advanced in Ukraine. Alongside with what Alexander mentioned, we are restarting our work in Ukraine, and one of the things that we're also looking at is we will be doing support for the Rada and also working with the Ministry of Justice around alignment with the EU acquis. And we also do a lot of work at the grassroots developing and delivering democracy schools and working with various communities. So that's where we're at. Myself personally, I have a very patched history. I was actually born in Moscow. I moved to New Zealand when I was 11 in 1991. So I grew up in very good choice. So I grew up in New Zealand. I'm now based in Berlin for more than a decade. I miss New Zealand sometimes, particularly on days like this, particularly when there's a flip in the weather and it's summer there. But my background is law, and I worked for about 10 years with Transparency International at the Secretariat in Berlin. I managed our Europe work. I also was managing an international network of advocacy and legal advice centers, providing support to victims and witnesses of corruption. I was doing some consulting for about 3 years, and then I started with Democracy Reporting International about 3 years ago. For me, it's very fascinating to be in this environment, I must say, because I come from the world of good governance and democracy, and there's a very heavy cultural aspect here, and I'm very fascinated to see how the two can marry and connect. This is quite unique for me, and I'm really looking forward to learning from this environment, but also contributing to the works that's here and the recommendations that are to come. Maybe one last thing to say is that we have a new country office director that probably knows a number of you, and you know a number of him. Many of you probably know him because he was at the International Renaissance Foundation for a long time, and then he was also at Internews. So his name is Stanislav Lichensky. Stanislav Lichensky. So looking forward to the day. Thank you, Esther Foundation, and thank you, Jana, and everyone also behind. Jana also supporting and delivering and organizing this event. Looking forward.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Svetlana Kovalchuk. I am leading Ukrainian NGO called Yalta European Strategy. And actually, for the last 20 years, we are fostering European integration of Ukraine through different instruments. And our main instruments is organizing big Ukrainian conference called Yalta European Strategy, through bringing great minds, European officials and officials from all over the world to Ukraine for the last 20 years. Now Ukraine became popular, and everyone dreams to come to Ukraine, but it was not that case like 10 years ago. And we are working regularly on it together with Ukrainian government, Ukrainian public institutions, and we believe that together we reach a lot, and we have a lot of work to do. Starting from the start of the war, we started a very special project called the Russian War Crime Exhibition together with our art foundation. And for the last 2.5 years, we are bringing trust about Russian war crimes to public institutions actually in Europe. And from one point, it could be like easy task, but believe me, it's not too easy. All public institutions are not open to the trust what is really going on in Ukraine. And I'm really very grateful, Jana, for invitation and to have opportunity together with you to brainstorm about new ideas for Ukraine and especially for Ukrainian governmental institutions, because from the institution depends our future.
I'm Johanna. I'm Johanna Meyer. I'm on the faculty at the Hertie School, which is a school of governance, a public policy school in Berlin. And I co-direct a research lab at Stanford University with centers on social innovation, but also social innovation understood as something that attempts to reform and transform political institution. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. It's the fourth lab, and I finally made it to get an invitation. Probably has to do with my passion in my research as a social scientist that centers on societal challenges and institutions, but more from the perspective of organizing around that conundrum. And one of the things that keeps me up at night as a social scientist is really, why are we so lousy in actually what I would call institutional innovation, or basically strengthening institutions? Why would we always have to burn down everything to set set up something new? Why are we not able to rejuvenate and renew institutional arrangements? I have to also out myself as a very big fan of Jana ever since I heard her first time speaking on Planet Erste and on stage. I knew this is it, and I'm very grateful to the Erste Foundation to basically enable everything we see here, and also including assembling an amazing team. I am absolutely blown away by the format. I think this is exactly what we need to do, meaning that we are simply have no time to lose. We need to get into action, and having the last day reserved to exactly say, can we come to a shared understanding of what are the recommendations we actually put out collectively? That's the way to go. I personally think this is, yes, an incredible hard time for Ukraine and a lot of at stake for Ukraine, but there is so much at stake for Europe. If we don't get this right, I think we are also doomed. Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Judith. I would also like to start by thanking Jana and also thanking Lena, in my case, for having me today. I feel it is a great honor to be able to join here. I'm based in Vienna. I'm a social scientist and researcher. I work at the Institute for Social Policy at the Vienna University of Economics and Business and the Austrian Institute for International Politics. And I'm also affiliated at the Jacques Delors Center at the Hertie School in Berlin. So here's a connection. And my main sort of perspective on the topics that we're going to talk about today is because I work in the field of migration and refugee studies, and my team and me conducted a cross-sectional survey among Ukrainian displaced people who came to Austria and to neighboring countries after February 2022. And since then, we have been trying to, make our results from this study available to policymakers in Austria and Germany and neighboring countries. And so the main question for us is really, how can we, on the one hand, support the survival, the integration, the everyday life of Ukrainian displaced populations across Europe, really, but also on the other hand, how can we support people when going back, when helping to rebuild Ukraine? So it's kind of a dual integration effort, really, which is quite unique because we haven't seen these in previous displacement waves. And it, of course, poses quite a few questions that are related to that. One of them is a key, I would say, demographic question that we have to address, because regardless of what area you look at, whether it is culture or it is healthcare or it is the economy, you need people to rebuild and to really engage in these processes. And on the other hand, of course, we also want to make sure that all those mainly women and children who came to Austria, to Germany, and to other countries are also supported in their everyday life, as long as they will have to be displaced and will have to be welcomed here. So that's my main focus, and my expectation for the next 3 days is really to learn a lot from all of you, because I feel that there is such a diverse audience here and diverse participants with so many backgrounds. And in my experience, it is indeed the sum of all these participants that can create so many new viewpoints that each and every one on their own would never have stumbled across. So I'm really honored and happy to be part of this group, and I look forward to the next days. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Markus Janssen. Also, I would chip in, thanking Jana. Sorry, but you deserve it, and also the rest of the Ukrainian desk and the Erste Foundation to be here. Having heard almost everybody speak before me, I must say I really feel honored and a little bit intimidated by the expertise in the room. I'm working for Polycrisis, which is an international foundation with a corporate background, headquarters in Amsterdam. We have an office here in Vienna, actually next door, and probably that's one of the reasons why I'm here, for good neighborhood relationships. We have been, but we also have been working in Ukraine, meaning we have been supporting organizations from and in Ukraine for at least 25 years. That's how far our records go back, and the rest is probably lost in history. And in the last 2 years, we have intensified the support with the beginning of the big war across a multitude of areas, people on the move, education, civil society, capacity building and resilience, child protection, higher education, and also attempts to document and capture what is happening in Ukraine for actual policy debates, but also for any to create any basis for the future to understand what has happened, to write the history that is happening now for future generations, and have the basis, the solid basis to truly understand what has happened and share this not only for Ukraine but also for the whole of Europe and the world. In addition to that, I would mention two things. One is that as Porticus we also have a special team that specifically focuses on the role of arts and culture for social change called Community Arts Lab. And they also run a network, Community Arts Network, so anybody who's interested in this intersection between arts, culture, social change, which could be many of you, it's maybe worth to look up the network and consider to become part of it. And then the other thing is that I'm part of the Connector Group, which is a group of philanthropies in Europe that is trying to shed more attention and light to what is happening in Central and Eastern Europe vis-a-vis the still heavy dominance of philanthropies and foundations in Western Europe. And that, of course, includes the focus to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. I may close the round of introductions, I think. My name is Marianne. Also, big thank you to Jana for the invitation. Very excited to be here among so many experts from very different fields. I shared the feeling of intimidation a bit, but very excited to be here. I'm a program coordinator at NGO Academy, which is an initiative, co-initiative of Erste Foundation and the University of Economics and Business here in Vienna. And we are offering capacity building programs to civil society organizations in Central and Eastern Europe. So far, to civil society leaders in 14 countries in this region. So from the Balkans, Romania, Moldova, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Austria. And so far, Ukraine was not part of this target area, but we are excited to now, we're currently planning a program for Ukrainian leaders of civil society organizations and NGOs for the first time. So this is also kind of the reason why I am here today, to dive more into the Ukrainian context. Maybe a bit more about this program. It will take place in October here in Vienna and surroundings for 9 days. And it will cover management topics relevant to civil society leaders, such as how to manage resources efficiently, how to manage growth, sustainable growth in the organization, for very quickly growing organizations, of course, very relevant. And also the topic of personal resilience will be included in the program, which is always a topic for NGO leaders, I think, and especially in this current situation. Yes, and we are excited to launch the call for application for this program next week. And it will be open until the end of May. So we will disseminate this call for application via foundations and other multipliers in Ukraine. So also I think many of you have considerable networks in Ukraine. So of course we're also happy if you would like to share this call for application. All the information will be published on our website, ngoacademy.net, next week, but I'm also happy to connect with you in the break and tell you more about it, and how you could help us disseminating this call. So my expectation is to learn from all of you. As we heard, there's so much different expertise here in the room. Learn about the civil society sector in Ukraine. I think many interesting topics we will touch upon: governance, funding, entrepreneurship.
So yeah, really excited to learn from you, to connect with you, and also create synergies. Thank you.
Now it's my turn to again thanks each and every one of you here in this room. So while you already know my current position, maybe I would say a few words about my background as well. And before the war, I was the I would translate like city councilor for culture in Ukrainian. It's директор департаменту культури Київської міської державної адміністрації. So I'm a former government servant, but now I am a displaced person here in Austria since 2 years. I moved here with my daughter, 15 and a half years old, so we live here. Before I stepped in government service, I was almost 5 years the director of the Babin Yar Holocaust Memorial Center. Quite odious, in a way, scandal, but from governance point of view, quite interesting foundation with the supervisory board and at that moment funding almost 300 million euro. So it was valuable experience, both positive and in a way negative, but still I have it as my background. I was living in Brussels for some time. I was working with CARE European Affairs in a position of researcher and project manager on Eastern Partnership countries. And before that, I was living in France. I have PhD from Sorbonne University. I was working 7 years on my dissertation, and I defended my doctorate thesis in 2019. And my thesis on the crossroads of urban studies, memory studies, and contemporary art. Last year, my book was published by Laboratoria Publishing House. For those who are reading in Ukrainian, I'm happy to present my book during these days. If you want to get one copy, let me know. Originally, I'm from Odessa. I finished math school there, and then I finished university there. I have masters in philosophy and masters in economics and law. From last year, I teach at the Invisible University for Ukraine culture diplomacy course, culture diplomacy during the war. So apart from my main work here at Erste Stiftung, I have lots of different advisory positions, pro bono activities, teaching, mentoring, writing articles. I drafted more than 100 different articles on culture policy, memory policy, humanitarian policy, and soon in one Austrian politische Tage. Ich lerne Deutsch ein bisschen, aber I can't still spell correctly. The name will be, my first article in German will be published. It's a comparison between culture policy in Austria, in Ukraine. Thank you again, and now I will pass the mic to Alexandra and we wrap up this introduction round.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for the round of introductions. My name is Alexandra and my role here is very simple. It is to provide you with ample of opportunities to share. And one of them on technical level is the mic. So I think the exercise we just did worked fine, but when the discussion gets heated, remember to speak to the mic because this way will facilitate proper broadcast to the streaming to everyone who's listening to us. Also, because the room is brimming with expertise, and give me a second. All right, we have prepared a Jamboard. So I hope that this is how it looks like. This is a very simple Google tool. I hope that in your online package, you've received a link to it. It's at the end of the original program. Everyone has access to it. This will be the same link open throughout all 3 days, and they're free behind this long German word. You can shift to 3 different boards, and this is just a supplement. So the focus will be on our discussions here because they will be the most fruitful. But there are moments of epiphany when we're after the shower, after good breakfast, and we think, oh, I should have said that. So you will always have the opportunity to put it here. It will be open, and it will really help our task to mold the discussion into policy recommendations in the last day. And I hope you're not really hungry. We still have 6 minutes, and if we stick to the agenda, we have a little time for a little exercise. Okay. Oh, the link doesn't work. Okay. We'll fix it during the break. Yeah. Sorry about that. First technical, that's the icebreaker with technicalities. Sorry about that. We'll fix it. And I really hope that this one will work. This is a fun exercise. Probably you all know Menti. If you go to menti.com, you'll be prompted to give a code. This is the code on top of the screen. And looks like a fun exercise, but it's really important for us to have an overview of your expectations and then compare them versus the same questions during the last day when we'll be after all the exchange and dialogue. Maybe some perceptions change. This is a very interesting research exercise. We have 2 questions. So let me know if you managed to join. You will need your... Not really. If you could use the code, that will be easier. Yeah. Does everyone know you need to use your mobile device or computer? You need to type in menti.com, like here, join at menti.com, and use the code. It's a very straightforward tool. The idea is not to overthink it. This is the first thing that comes to your mind. Okay, so it works. I was worried nothing will be more prominent, that there will be as many opinions as we are here, but I think that bureaucracy is becoming the most prominent bottleneck at the moment, although there are plenty of ideas, which is not really good because we're listing bottlenecks, so it would be better if there were less. But there's lack of agreed definition, trust, resources. I guess funding, it's also lack of funding, or maybe wrongly streamlined funding, lack of clear vision, rigidness, so lack of flexibility. Okay, well, during our discussions, we're trying to address various lacks. We have funding and bureaucracy. They're related. There's Okay, thank you for this. Plenty of bottlenecks. We might not find solutions to all of them. We'll try to cluster them here, and we'll see what comes up. And there you go. The second board and the last one before we go to discuss them, Menti, during our coffee break. This is some sort of an exercise to rate or rank the listed solutions from low priority to high priority. What would you address first? What would you not address when you think of how to make Ukrainian public interest institutions future-proof? As in war? It does. Well, there's a reason why we didn't put war here, like explicitly, because we treat it as the highest priority. It can be only one. So it's just on top of everything. We cannot move forward if war is not addressed. These are the other priorities which are shared globally. Okay, this is very satisfying when they're moving a little bit. All right, we will keep that in mind. We'll also see the progress between today and the last day. We have one other and 1 and 0.3 others. Is there anyone who wants to add? Is there something missing from the list that we should not overlook next time? Is there anyone who put other? It's still low priority, so probably. Okay. Okay, capacity building education, okay. Thank you for that. All right, would you like to share anything at this point? We will have, as I said, it's my job to provide opportunities to share, so we will share, and for now, I think this is time for break. We have 20 minutes, so enjoy your coffee and tea and refreshments. Thank you.
So let's start with our first intervention. And I don't know whether I need the microphone to do the introduction, but let's do it. So Clara Montero is going to be our first speaker. Clara has an interesting background because she's, as she mentioned in her introduction, she's a cultural manager. She works in policy, so she has this double expertise, or maybe triple or quadruple, but I would insist on two expertise, which is policy making. So she advised the Basque government cultural department, and she also managed a big project that stem out from a policy decision in San Sebastian and the Basque country, but the Basque region, which is this fantastic building, and she accepted to share experience in managing this cultural creative hub in the context of this policy lab. So I give the floor to Clara. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Well, there were a lot of thank yous this morning, but maybe there are not enough, so thank you so much. It is really an honor. I'm very humbled to share our experience. I will speak from a rather technical and specific point of view because I understand this is also the aim of the workshop, of the lab. So I will introduce you the work that we do in this little house called Tabacalera. And then I will, because we are in a professional context and among friends, I will not be shy to share numbers of visitors, money, challenges. And in the last part, I would also share some key messages, things that I think are crucial for us, which doesn't mean that we know exactly how to do them, but things that are important for us and that I would also like to share with you and put it on the table for the discussion. So as I mentioned before, I'm the cultural director of Tabacalera, which is this building. The name comes from tobacco, Tabacalera. It is the former tobacco factory that is now an international center for contemporary culture. It worked as a tobacco factory for 100 years. It is an interesting story there, history, because the Spanish, the Kingdom of Spain had the monopoly of the manufacturing of tobacco, which was a colonial good. So it came from South America to Spain, and there are different tobacco factories across the country, always at very strategic places, as you will see later. And it was reopened as a public cultural center in 2015. It's a massive building of almost 40,000 square meters, and it is a whole cultural ecosystem. So Tabacalera is the umbrella institution. We are the umbrella institution. We manage a large part of the spaces and the program, but we coexist with other cultural institutions, such as the San Sebastian Film Festival, which is the biggest film festival in the Spanish-speaking world, and other institutions, smaller and bigger. It is completely public. We have a board of directors that consists of... Do you hear me well? I don't know. Okay. We have a board of directors that consists only of politicians. So we have 3 administrations of board: the municipality of San Sebastian, the region of Guipúzcoa, the province, and the Basque government. And each of them funds the project with each institution. So our board consists only of politicians, which is also interesting to know. And we are in San Sebastian, which is a relatively small town of only 180,000 inhabitants. It is in the Basque country, so the identity issue also plays a role. And we have 2 official languages, Spanish and Basque. For those who don't know exactly where we are, this is this blue point is where San Sebastian is. It's really on the frontier between Spain and France. This is San Sebastian. The blue point is not where Tabacalera is. That's my apartment. But I could not remove this blue dot. I really tried, but I could not. Tabacalera is the... you are all welcome. It's a small apartment, but you're all welcome. And as you see, it's a very beautiful city on the coast. And Tabacalera is the yellow arrow. Do you see it? It's and as you see, it's a very strategic location for a state factory of the 19th century almost, because it's at the frontier, close to the sea, close to the river, and close to the train station. And now I have an even closer close-up. As you see, it's a relatively large, massive building. We are, as I said, a whole cultural ecosystem. The most visible part is, of course, the cultural offer, but I would not like to focus there so much today because I would like to speak about other parts that are less visible. But this is important, the cultural offer. This is the first door that we have to engage an audience and to give a wide and diverse audience access to culture and to participation. We will have exhibitions, performances, cinemas, festival. We have a large media lab, which is a combination of library and labs, and a very strong educational program that allows us to have very direct and dynamic relationships with organizations, social communities, etc., NGOs, and all kinds of audiences. We focus very much on contemporary art and film, and we focus very much on creative processes and new commissions, because the other part that is less visible in our work, but a very important mandate for us, is to support artistic creation. So it is less visible, of course, but we have the mandate to articulate the creative sector in the Basque Country. And we do it with, of course, very intense, dynamic relationships with all the professional associations, with artists in residency programs. We have a whole space of 1,000 square meters with artist studios. We have different programs of artists in residency, mentorships for artists, for filmmakers, for media artists, also for mediation communities that do more community work, and also interdisciplinary collaborations where we engage artists, communities, but also scientific and technological research institutions. The focus or the goals here are, of course, to support creation and to support artistic production, but also to support training, professionalization, internationalization, because many of these artists in residency programs are in exchange with other art centers in other countries. So this allows our artists also to travel a little bit and to be in exchange with artists from other contexts. As I mentioned before, the third big structure in our building will be the Media Lab. It is a very interesting combination of a library and a lab. Like every library, the Media Lab gives the first access to knowledge in a specialized context of contemporary culture. But it also gives access to creation, and I think that's rather innovative, because every visitor you can borrow a book about film, you can borrow a film, but you can also borrow for free a film camera or light spots like this one, audio equipment, microphones, and everything you need to be creator. Even sewing machines or typewriting machines. So everything you need to be creative, you can also take home, and you can also work there, always in community. So we have a very rich program to give access to creation. So there are always introductory workshops to different creative tools, like editing programs or audiovisual production, filmic production, editing, collage, and so on. So this is the part of access to creation. And another very important point for us is the societal innovation. The point here is how can we articulate collaboration between societal groups, communities, and creatives to commonly or together address topics of social relevance. So these topics are mostly related to sustainability, technology, open data, citizen science, open science. The condition is always that these groups have to be open. They have to be open collectives, so they have to be open to other people who want to join to accept them. And the knowledge that they generate has to be documented and freely accessible. I have a little video that may be zulassen. Well, it's a little video that we will see at another moment. So these different communities, so the image that you see there, one of the communities that can serve maybe as an example of how we understand societal innovation and how we articulate it. We invited some designers and artists to create a collective in the field of textile and design. And they propose innovative ways to reuse older clothes or to use materials that are normally not used in fashion, textile, etc. So we put them together with some collectives that we already have in the house, people that meet every week just to sweat together, to to streak or to use the sewing machines. So they gathered together in order to work together in customizing clothes, upcycling them, personalizing them, and then we do like open doors or parties every 6 months where people donate clothes or people bring older clothes, and together with these people who volunteer to use the sewing machines and the designers, they can personalize their work with silkscreen, printing, etc. So a goal here is to imagine that leisure does not have to be always related to consumption, and that it can be also cool for young people not to buy low cost or fast fashion, but that they find it also cool to bring an old dress of their mothers and personalize it together with designers. We have too far away. We have it's better. We have the equivalent to the textile. We have equivalents with food and sustainability. There is a rich tradition in gastronomy in the Basque Country. We have the Food Hack Lab, where people hack the technologies of molecular or Michelin stars restaurants to make them open source and do it yourself. And they do different workshops with people who want to imagine how can we eat in the future, how to use ingredients that we normally don't use instead of wasting them, how to smoke them, fermentation, etc., etc. So in different fields related to sustainability and design, we all collaborate with experts and communities and create processes of creation and then open moments of celebration and sharing. And I will start about the presentation of our contents with this. A line of work that I would like also to mention is the art, science and technology direction. It is, of course, related to the STARTS program of the European Commission. We are very engaged in this area because in the Basque Country we have a very interesting network of research centers in science and technology. And we really believe that the collaboration between creatives, communities and experts can be a tool not only to bring to society relevant challenges, but also to bring another dimension to the discussion and to make it more relevant. And this is a line of work that is working out very well. So we follow a very specific methodology. We invite the scientific research centers to propose a challenge. In this case, these projects are projects we have done with a technological research center that is very focused on industry and robotics. So they told us they're very interested in the idea of trust between humans and machines. So based on this idea, this challenge, we invite artists, and we turn this challenge into an artistic project. So we invite artists to collaborate with the engineers and scientists to join them in a collective interdisciplinary process of research and creation that results in an artistic installation. So in this case, you see this black and red image. It is an artist from Bilbao who has multiple sclerosis. So she worked with augmented reality, with an exoskeleton, and she was the leader of the project. But through this collaboration, there were very interesting impacts of innovation that had an impact in the Technological Research Center too. This was a very brief introduction on our work and our fields of work. And I would also like to share some numbers, as I said at the beginning. We had last year more than 700,000 visitors, which is a very high number because we are a city of less than 200,000 inhabitants. More than half of them came to the public program because a lot of visitors just come to see the building or to go to the cafeteria or to work around, but more of half of them came to visit the public program. And as you see, the most visited program is the Media Lab, which is really very popular, and we have really achieved to engage a lot of communities that want to engage creatively with other people. Our budget is 7.5 million euros, of which 5 million we get from the public administration. So each institution, I mentioned at the beginning, we have 3 institutions on our board. So each of them gives us 1.7 million euros. And last year we managed to generate 2.4 million euros, which is 29% of self-financing ratio, which is rather high for a public cultural institution in Spain. This has a little bit of a trick because part of this self-financing comes structurally in the design of the project. So in Tabacalera we have a hotel, we have restaurants, so the project is designed in a way that some of the spaces will have a revenue. We don't run the hotel. It is a public licitation, public call. So there is a hotel company, a chain, that pays a rent, runs the hotel, but we have very convenient conditions for artists in residency, for instance, or our guests. And the hotel pays a rent and also a part of their benefits to us. So this is already in the structure that we get an income. Another important part of the income are rentals. We have very spectacular spaces that we rent for events or etc. And another part of the income is through projects, cultural projects that we generate. A big part of the expenses, the biggest part of the expenses are structural. So personnel is a big part. And the own cost of the building, energy, cleaning, security is also very big. And at the end, we have 2 million euros for contents for our own program. Other numbers, I'm not going to speak about the economic impact, but other kind of numbers. We have had in 2023 more than 500 contracts with artists to participate in our program. So we believe very much in best practice, and we have the mandate to articulate the artistic sector. So we always pay fee, we always do contracts, we always pay per diems, etc., etc. We did 500 contracts, and we supported almost 300 artists directly with commissions, residency, training programs, etc. And from our budget, more than 700,000 euros went directly to support creators. So we think it's very important to look at numbers in culture, and we really, this brought some conflicts also internally in the team, because I think many people in the cultural sector don't like numbers very much. But we managed, it was a bit of engineering in our accountancy program to include different codes so that we can then calculate easier some numbers. And before I finish, these are the key messages that I propose from our experience also to discussion. And one is that I think it is maybe over the times where an art center is a one-channel emission based on curatorial ideas and bringing it to an audience. I think we have to be very active, very open, and also open for innovation. And we have to focus very much in strengthening the connection between the creative sectors and society. And I think there is a lot of work to do there. And of course, in terms of best practice, we have to also play a role in the professionalization and having an impact in the creative sector. And I cannot insist enough on the importance of collaboration with other artistic institutions, collaboration with everyone, collaboration with society. I insist we cannot be a one-channel emission, so we have to work with all kinds of associations, cultural and societal, to define together the programs. We have to work with communities, and we have to enable and engage. But we don't enable them, but we have to create spaces in which they can be more active. And I think more active and more engaged communities can also contribute to a better informed and a better society. And for us, it has been very important to engage with other sectors beyond the cultural sector and societal sectors, especially with technology and society, because this gives us the opportunity to be part of the discussion of very key topics of nowadays, especially in the field of technology and sustainability. And we have articulated discourses and types of collaboration that has been very beneficial for both parts. And there, I would like to point to another question. Unfortunately, we have observed that there is less and less support for the arts by themselves. And there is very much a focus on arts as a tool for innovation, art, science, and technology, which we think is very important. And we have to find a balance between defending the autonomy and the intrinsic value of the arts, but also to articulate properly the impact that the arts can have in other fields of society. And this is, I think, also a very interesting challenge and a very interesting source of funding as well. And that would be it.
Thank you, Clara. We'll now open, we'll have 10 minutes, 15 minutes for discussion. Before I give the floor, I use the opportunity of being the mediator to ask rapid questions to Clara. Maybe not so rapid, but I think they can be rapid. Is that because you have the experience of public policy, can you tell us how easy it was actually to get governments to approve of this project? My second question is, because Ukraine is preparing for EU accession, and we know there is a lot of EU money actually for those kind of infrastructural projects. If you could tell us a bit about the element of EU funding that was maybe that made the switch towards the authorities saying, let's go for it. And thirdly, is now because of your experience, you have been now in business for what, 7 years?
In this house, yeah, more or less.
Yeah. Is culture now taken more seriously by officials, or do they see this as a worthwhile investment, or they still see this as something that is not so important?
Well, how we see not easy. that's the question. Especially, we have a complex board with different institutions, different political parties, and very often they bring other conflicts to our board, right? Conflicts that they have among themselves and then land in our board. It is difficult with politicians, but also with society. Also to convince society that such a big infrastructure has a role that it's very often not so visible. We have the example of the Guggenheim, very close, very nearby, which is very spectacular and very focused on presentation of spectacular names. And in San Sebastian, we have a very rich tradition of big festivals where they always bring very big names all the time, with the film festival and the music festival. So to defend a position where you're not so spectacular and not so focused on presentation, but on creative processes and an impact on the creative sector, it is a challenge that we have not yet solved. So we have, very often we still have to deal with that, and the local media, and because they are jealous of the big exhibitions we have in Bilbao and not in San Sebastian. So a big point of fight is to defend creative processes and smaller projects, although we have such a big house, and not very spectacular results. And it is an ongoing process. And with the other question, it has been the lines of work, which is arts and others, like arts and societal innovation communities, or science, technology, and arts. They have been a very important key to get money. And we were very conscious, so it was a very strategic decision. I'm going to put it in a very simple, populistic way. We work very much on experimental contemporary art, and we very often get the comment of the citizenship, we don't understand that. On the other side, we have very high-end scientific institutions working on quantum and so on, and everybody's impressed, and nobody puts themselves the question if they understand what they're doing or not, but they accept it. And I mean, it's very simple to put it like that, but we thought, let's defend creative processes like scientific processes. Maybe you need to invest in fundamental science, you need to invest in research. Maybe you don't understand everything all the time, but trust us. And it was very important to have a very generous engagement of the scientific institutions who even put money in our projects. So the fact that they put money is great, but it's also great that they give us this trust, because they are also giving us legitimation towards the society. But those are problems maybe more of contemporary art rather than culture. But this collaboration with science have given us legitimation and money. And what we have to do is to defend or articulate a very proper discourse where art is not always used for something else.
the question you didn't actually answer, and I will repeat that, about who initiated the project. How that's just the starting point. How did the project happen? Was it the local government, your regional government, you as an artist? Who was the first, and have you actually moved from the starting point to what you are right now? And the second question, how many employees do you have? Thank you.
Well, the first question, it was a tobacco factory, then which was state manufacturing, then it was privatized, and then the factory was with the time emptier and emptier. And then it was like a problem because in the origin it was a little bit in the outside of San Sebastian, like a workers' district. But then, like so many processes in so many cities, suddenly it was in the city center, and it was very big, and it was empty. So the municipality bought the building from the tobacco manufacturer, and I think it was seen a little bit like a problem. What do we do with such a huge thing? And so the municipality bought the the building, and convinced the province and the Basque government to also engage. And it was a very long process with a lot of up and downs and crises to start it, because it was a very big investment. It was like 50 million euros for the refurbishment from a factory to a functional building. It was rather abandoned. So it's a lot of politics also to decide to include the film festival, to host other institutions that were spread to the city. Yeah. A very long, complicated process of more than 10 years of political discussions. And the other question that was more difficult...
How many employees do you?
That's a very complex question. I think there are between 300 and 400 people working there every day. But direct employees of Tabacalera are 45. Because we have 45, then a lot of employees are subcontractors, which is a very tricky thing. Like the mediators, the people who work in the exhibition, the people who work in security, cleaning, they are not direct employees, but contracts. And then we have, of course, the employees of the film festival, the Basque Film Archive that is also in the house, and so on and so on.
So 7 million is not that much for all of us.
You should tell that to our political.
Yeah, thanks. So wonderful presentation. As a historian, I have very specific question. So you mentioned that it was a tobacco factory for more than 100 years. So is there any heritage left of that, and how you work with that? Is it implemented in the, I don't know, exhibition or so?
Yeah, I'm happy that you put the question. I didn't. We still have a community of former cigarro makers. So the tobacco manufacturing was, I mean, it's something very Spanish and very related to colonial history. And it was always women who worked with making the cigars. And maybe you know Carmen in Sevilla, like, you know, the opera Carmen in Sevilla. So she was also a cigar manufacturer in the tobacco factory of Sevilla, that is now the University of Sevilla. So it was always women. And of course, women from working class and unmarried women who had to work. So they had a bad reputation. And men imagined that they were working half naked. So there is a lot of fantasy about the cigar makers, and they traditionally had a very bad reputation. We are still in contact with some of them, less and less because of biological reasons. It's a community that it's getting smaller. But we have done several projects. We have been doing open calls to collect photos from the district. We have been recording interviews. We have done a film. And we meet every 2 weeks with these former cigar makers. And we offer guided visits where they have a lot of stories to tell. And we have an online archive of photos. We have films. And we have the community.
During your presentation or during the answer, you mentioned that you kind of still have this battle for your niche, right? Or battle like against big names like Guggenheim. Who is that battle? Like, who's your opponent in that? Like, whom are you trying to defend your idea against? Is that public or general public or
we are in a conservative town. It's a very beautiful conservative town. So it's maybe the local newspaper a little bit.
The local newspaper?
A little bit, yes, in this direction.
So they do not recognize you as worse institution?
We have to work a lot to get this recognition. Yeah. Yeah, it's a conservative audience.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for your presentation, Clara. I have a question about one of your key messages is engaging communities. So I was curious if you, in these communities, is also included the idea of engaging independent institution and organization in San Sebastian and in a neighbor area? Or do you prefer to work to focus especially on your centralized idea of the center?
We are an international center, so we collaborate with artistic institutions in Europe, and locally we collaborate with all kinds of organizations. It can be the neighbors organization of the district. It's a district that still have a memory of being a working class district. They are very organized, so we have a very much ongoing collaboration. Or NGO, the Association of Retired People. We work with everyone. We have a very active education and mediation department, and we are very active in organizing also to articulate projects of participated programming. So we work with an organization of, I don't know how to translate, people with an stigma, or people who understand themselves as an stigma because of mental health issues. They are articulated in an organization, so we work with them like every second week, and then we do a film program together. And it's about how do they find themselves represented in cinema, and they choose the films themselves, and we have a colloquium. So a big part of our film program is also articulated with social communities.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I also have a question about the spaces for discourse, which I think you mentioned when you were introducing yourself, that this is something that is important for you. This is something that you want to also move forward as an institution. So how do you do that in the context of such a big institution, which is, as I see the language that that you are using, I see a lot of sort of influence from the European Union, sort of keywords that bringing arts to the society, bringing arts towards technological, scientific, etc., etc. And I'm just curious about here. I mean, this is now less a question and more a comment about this certain conceptualization of the arts as a public service versus the other. Although in this sort of conceptualization, I still have a feeling that still the arts becomes the other. You know what I mean? That is always arts that has to connect to something in order to be of use, in order to have the use value, the thing. So that's more like a background comment, but what I'm really interested in is how do you sort of conceptualize and create these spaces of discourse and bring them to the public, wider public.
To your comment, it is something that we want to problematize as well, because we observe, as I mentioned before, a lot of policies goes in the direction of the effect that art can have, and of course arts can have a lot of effects, but art is useless by definition. Otherwise it's applied art or design, whatever. So we have to elaborate discourses, and we have a very clear discourse to defend both. And have tools to articulate a collaboration that is interesting with other sectors. And but for us it is more about defending the idea that the future is too important to leave it only in the hands of science and technology, and that artists have to be there as well. So it's not so much about the art filling a function, but art have to be in the imaginary of future scenarios. And I think we, as an art center, we understand very much ourselves as a platform to articulate spaces for the art, and also to gain spaces for the arts and for the artists. But we are aware that a lot of policies go to a certain instrumentalization, maybe. And how we articulate the discourse? Well, we have strategic plan for a few years, and we articulate through projects, so specific projects that leave us to achieve the strategic goals of the strategic plan. And we articulate our discourse through our program. And we articulate our discourse through how we spend the money. and with whom we work and what exhibitions we do, etc. So we are not speaking our discourse normally in public. We try to articulate it through numbers and projects. Yeah.
Maybe one or two questions, and then we have to.
Thank you, Clara. This was a really interesting presentation,
Thank
fascinating
you.
concept. I found it interesting also that you were talking about spaces for discourse, and I wondered, do you at all connect these spaces and the community with which you work and so on to more formal democratic policy-making processes by the city council or the regional office? You know, are there things that are being held in the space, or you facilitating discussion? So how does this connect maybe to more formal policy processes, if there's a connection? That would be interesting.
We always believe we have this potential, but we have not very much articulated it yet. No, we are in a moment of social peace, so they don't interfere much in the program, for the good and for the bad. I mean, because it could be, I mean, I understand ourselves also as a tool for policy making, but...
Thank you for your presentation, and I wanted to ask you about building trust and accountability. So is there any, I don't know, tricks or ideas or some positive experience you had during these 7 years of your experience that helped you to build up some processes of accountability that increase trust of society, of decision makers, stakeholders of your project? Because in my mind, I'm very grateful. Thank you for sharing figures, because in my opinion, it just escalated trust to all the presentation immediately. So are there any other tricks or ideas like this that helped you to go through these years? Thank you.
No tricks. I think it's work. It's a lot of work, and it's very much bottom up. It's really connecting with everyone, with all societal organizations, collectives, and to think that they see that they have a space with us and that we are open. But that's it's like factory. It's work.
Thanks very much, Clara. Thanks. Julia, it's your turn. You want to stay there? Yeah. So I'll bring you the microphone. As you prefer, as you feel easier. I feel fine here. You feel better there? Okay, I'll bring you the microphone then. So Julia, I'm looking forward to your speech, because you're telling us your mission is to build a good society. So we are all here.
Oh, that's a pressure, I must say. And after Marosa saying that I was speaking too long in the first part, I'll try to be really brief here. I'll start with I'll just try to briefly present what decentralization reform in Ukraine looks like, and why it's so important for us, and the role of the communities overall. And I'm sure that my colleagues here from Ukraine could add a bit more about that as well. So. As many of you know, as I mentioned before, in 2014, the Russian invasion, our president back then provoked the Maidan Revolution of Dignity, which later led to Russian invasion and annexation of Crimea. And that period also is marked by some reforms which were started in 2014, which were really demanded by the society. And one of the most successful one I would personally recognize is decentralization reform. Meaning that that was a point of transformation of our post-Soviet, very structured, very centralized system of governance. And the reform empowered communities. So united territorial communities were built. It was quite spread, and they received decentralized financials. They became much more independent, and that was a big push towards building this more bottom-up approach, which I personally believe is the way to transform and to make a resilient, sustainable changes. during the big war, what we saw, our pools reported that the trust towards this local authorities was much higher than to the centralized one, than to the national ones. And people were more united, were more collaborated on a local levels, on the level of those communities. So looking at the whole reform and the role of the communities, what I see the key challenges are and what can we do, and we will move to the session of the next session, which will be more brainstorm workshop format, and we will discuss how to engage community into this like institutional building and engagement to building public interest institutions. So in our case, I see that capacity building is one of the key challenges. Even though recent years we saw many programs sponsored and financed by European Union as well, like you lead, which were in their ideology very right thing to do, but the implementation, however, I would argue was not the best one, also due to the political influence. So lots of resources were directed into literally building like centers, for instance, for providing administrative services, which is important. But one of the biggest challenges is developing capacity, human capacity, people's capacity. And that's, I think, still very relevant challenge we face in local level. Assessment Institute, recent 3 years, we started to do much more our activities. Like, as I mentioned, we are working with leaders, we are working on a dialogue, which is important for Ukraine in general. But last 3 years, we thought like we are doing our own pools. We receive lots of feedback, like having lots of mayors, heads of this OTH, United Territorial Communities, as well as politicians, artists, media personalities within our community. We receive lots of feedback that the demand for such dialogue, multi-stakeholders dialogues on a community level, is just like skyrocketing. So we decided to switch our strategy from rather being focused only on a national discourse, on a Kyiv-based convenings, into more decentralized, like going to the regions, especially last 2 years, like conducting such dialogues for community in Dnipro, in Odessa, in Poltava, in Zhytomyr, the cities who really lack opportunity to gather, to talk to each other. So we switched our own strategy, and what we learned from this last 3 years, that the multi-stakeholders dialogue we all talk here like for during this morning, and we'll talk more about, and we are experiencing it now, is not an obvious thing. So basically the local authorities are not in any dialogue or conversation with local business. They're rather like fighting each other, sometimes for good reasons. Civil society is a bit like separated. Education leadership is very formalized and not really engaged. And so this lack of proper conversation where everyone could align with each other, where especially now we need this unity. So like the threat we are going through, and especially this month, is existential, and we understand that our country could not survive like few more weeks. Like the fighting which is going on in the front line now is really hard. It's really tough. So it's much worse than you see in media. And in this challenging times, with such enormous risks and enormous challenge we have, the roles of communities again played a crucial role. So just a few examples, like when you see how community support their soldiers, their fellows who are going to the front line, how they are mobilizing resources for the military bases which are like from that region. So we see that building this dialogue could benefit the community from like different perspectives. So just for your understanding, the capacity is one of the key challenge. Another challenge I would mention here is entrepreneurial approach within the community and an entrepreneurial spirit within the communities. In our case, I believe that that's like one of the ways how we could sustain communities and to just trying to nurture this culture is essential. There is another thing which works well, but it's not scaled up enough, but there are lots of good trials about community-based development when we see how efficiently community participation in decision-making and management of local development projects could be. So that's another thing to consider while we will work on the workshop. Yeah, so that's basically the key things I wanted to mention you about community development in Ukraine. If you have any questions or comments, colleagues, I would be happy to answer and share.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for your brilliant speech. I'll kind of start from the very end. You mentioned entrepreneurial spirit, which is, I think, great thing to to bet on, because yeah, that's really what how to teach communities to be sustainable and resilient, you know. But any tips how to scale it up? Because we know Ukrainian society is also post-Soviet society, so very, you know, waiting for something from the state. So state owes me. Not I owe to myself, but state should provide, somebody should provide. And it really goes even deeper to the times of Russian Empire when Tsar should have provided, you know. And another thing is you mentioned capacity building. That's, I guess it's a buzzword already, but that's again something that what is really needed. But a question behind that, how we decide which capacities to build, which skills are needed, who decides and how, and is there any monitoring after that this program was okay, this is just we have to bury it, because and it's also in terms of post-war and reconstruction that is happening now, how do we decide which experiences, which practices are good, which trainers are good, that we invite really expensive trainers that would build capacity or skill that will not work in our local context. Yeah, thank you.
Amazing. I'm sure, Tanya, you could also add a lot about the context itself. I'll just briefly, I briefly interfere of entrepreneurial spirit. So there are like two cases, brief examples. One fact which really like shocked me recently was a survey conducted by Ukrainian think tank Go Global, who's working with frontline schools, and they asked high school students of Ukrainian like front schools what is their biggest fear or biggest risk which they are experiencing, and guess what? The answer really shocked me. I don't know, maybe it's just my personal experience, but they said that they're the most afraid not to be killed, not to be like whatever, to have destroyed buildings. They're afraid to be poor. So that's one side, one case. Another case, like recently before coming here, I had a chat with mayor of Zhytomyr, who I think is a really very experienced governor of this quite a big city, and we were discussing about like the reintegration of the veterans. I don't like the word of reintegration, because they were not disintegrating anywhere. They were just serving to the country, but still they need adaptation going back. And from the personal reason, like I feel this demand quite well. So another like part of it is veterans who will come back. And here entrepreneurship could be the answer. So rather, and it's also connected very much, and I'm a big fan and promoter of the role of education. When we have lots of professional education, which is not very fancy in Ukraine now, same time, if you position it rather than not being a welder, be a welder, you're like not very cool thing to be. But if you're entrepreneurial, who is doing welder services, it's a different kind of thing. So I think it's the mindset. Somebody earlier in the first circle mentioned the role of narratives. It's very, very important. So I would start with this mindset shift. and working with just top leaders who are motivated, like the mayor of Zhytomyr, who is super into it, and building role models, the cases, which could be followed by others. I'm sure maybe we will brainstorm some other solutions. And talking about capacity building, I'm afraid I don't have a good answer to that one. I personally experienced a very bad case with the ULEAD program, when a few times I received at night messages from one of the coordinators telling me, like, Yulia, can you go to that Ramada, to that community and provide a training? I said, like, what kind of training? Any topic, any training. I was like, what the hell are you doing? I'm sorry. Like, so that's exactly what you're saying. It's a way, like, it was executed in a way that you just need to deliver, fill the gap, like have a report. Again, that's my personal opinion. I don't have any like facts, like reports on that specific program, but that's my personal experience, which I also could extrapolate from what I heard from Azra. And we had for 3 years a program on decentralization reform within Aspen Institute. So it's very hard to decide on a national level. Same time, for instance, we're working now with Mykolaiv, the city in east next to the Kherson. The mayor is very engaged. He is super efficient in working with Is not? Is he? Talk to me later. But like what I see, and they had an amazing international cooperation, and at least he is really clear in articulating the needs they have. So he is very much aware of their limited capacity, super aware, their lack of proper people and competences in their local level. So he basically says that he don't have anyone to work with. We have another Minister of Education of Ukraine. Many of us, Anna served as a minister, and many of us work with. So like people's capacity, like capable people, professional, who could deliver results is a big issue. So again, from my perspective, would be build international, globally competitive educational programs, trainings, and focus to start with motivated people, motivated like public servants, motivated like community leaders, rather than just focus on the area and push everyone to go through it.
I have just a quick question, Yulia, and thank you for telling us a little bit more about what you are doing. It's partly answered because I was struggling, like listening to you. I see all the buzzwords and all the names that probably were be helpful to get EU funding, but I was lacking actually what happens on the ground. Okay, you said like you do dialogues, but then is it just about who's speaking to whom? Is there something happening in how do we see things on the municipal?
Amazing question, thank you. Due to the time restrictions, I was brief with examples. But for instance, if we're talking about Dnipro, the city which is bombed every day, and it's a very complicated political situation in the city. So having this dialogue for one day, gathering top leaders, entrepreneurs of the city, leaders of museum, educational enthusiasts, and governmental officials. So we conducted a dialogue about future of the city for maybe 5 hours. Then an extra 3 hours they were not leaving the venue. So people basically don't have space where a local authority could talk to businessmen, to entrepreneur, influence one, not in TV, local TV show when they have to fight, and based on that, we are tracking impact stories, because that's the way how we measure our impact stories. For instance, the museum, the Dnipro museum, received back then received a second kind of a birth and implemented a new way of financial support, having this private public partnership, not just relying on public funds. So the outcomes of such dialogues could be very very broad, starting from the NGOs and think tanks which could be established, within the like after even 5 hours. So like few people like who were interested in developing this museum and every like culture connected to that, they just decided to found the think tank who will support the museum and so on and so forth. So the outcomes are different kind of stories I could tell.
Thank you so much, Julia, for your really powerful presentation. I was just wondering, really from a non-Ukrainian perspective, where do you see the role of Central and Western European countries in this, when it comes to support, but also when it comes to perhaps engaging in this still fuzzy concept of capacity building? What would you see interacted from the point of view of Western European countries?
Thank you. I think again, we have such a capable team from Ukraine, so maybe my colleagues will add, because like urban development, I think we could learn so much from our European friends and colleagues, Eastern Central Europe. I very much believe in this peer-to-peer kind of approach. When you build relationship was a city to city or community to community, and you exchange experience, you learn from each other. So I think that's the best way, decentralized way, how to approach it. And like Poland or Romania, they have lots of absolutely amazing cases which we could just implement in Ukraine with, of course, adaptation to that. So we do not need to invent the wheel again. And again, communication and exchange of these ideas and experiences, I think, is crucial, and it's all made through people-to-people connection. And unfortunately, you can't formalize sometimes as people-to-people connection, but that's what makes a difference. Because if somebody like one mayor meets another like counterpart and they have this bonding and they start working together, that's the factor of the successful transformation. And it can't be like formalized in this way.
I completely agree with your idea and thought that decentralization is one of the best and most successful reforms since 2014. However, we have martial law, and martial law has its huge limitations. So where is this line between martial law, which is our reality, and decentralization that has to keep alive? Like practically, how do we combine those two? Because I don't have the answer.
What do you think? So that would be my answer. What do you think?
Maybe you know what local officials are saying. Like, how do they see it? Like, what shall reside with them, and what shall be on the central level? Because it's really an issue. Everyone wants to defend decentralization, but hey, guys, martial law is there. Yeah,
I think it's a huge issue. But like, again, I think it's the same with media and freedom of media. You need to understand, like, we all understand it very well, but it's a very different kind of life we are living now. And the threat, again, is existential. So I feel personally and physically that that this fight is about me personally. And each of us feel it. Because it's not abstract. Like, yeah, that's a very different kind of thing. That's why you have those trade-offs. In Israel, like now, you don't see much information coming from there because they have very strict media policy regulations. Same here. Martial law provides lots of restrictions. Some are adequate, some are not. So I think we should be like flexible. And like in all case about Ukraine, about our NATO integration we want to achieve, I'm sure that there are not formal known solutions which we could follow. We need to find a third option. So we need to think abroad, like reframe our understanding of those problems. That's why we need like meetings like that to simply think about something out of the box, another buzzword, but that's how it works. So same here. So we have to have some restrictions, but we need to be flexible and responsive. And the proper functioning of institutions is expected to provide a feedback which should lead to some changes. We don't have this instrument, this tool now, and that's a problem. Like, I believe that for Ukraine, institutional development is number one issue. So capable state is capable institutions. For capable institutions, you basically simplified need two things. First, known rules of the game. And second, the culture of implementing those rules of the game. Very easy thing. And it's like changing values. To change values, another two, very simple recipe. Two things. You just need lots of time and active steps towards it. But you need this time to pass. So I think, going back to your question, I don't have any good answer. I think we should be flexible, but we should always keep in mind that we are in a war, and we shouldn't demand too much and complain too much about some restrictions, because we are surviving, we are fighting for our existence.
Yulia, I will push you on this question, because you are leading many conferences and discussions with the leading Ukrainian politicians, policymakers, and so on. So still, is there at least one or couple of solutions that you hear from others maybe that can save local reform? And the second question about your view on biggest challenges for Ukrainian existence as democracy in the next couple of years, during the war and right after the war, hopefully, if it will be over in a year or so. Thank you.
I'm kind of person that I take personal responsibility. So I do my best, because I'm a big fan of decentralization reform. I think it's like the most important one. I believe that any positive changes which are happening and should be happening are going again from the group, like from the local community level to the top. Same time, we see different processes inside the country. Understandably, for some reasons, centralized processes, decrease of some freedoms. We see like even it's not off the record, or because it's reported. I can't probably say everything I want to say, but it's up to us. One of the biggest trends we have is our civil society. And one of the again, I don't want to be too optimistic, but one of the real things which are happening in Ukraine, that civil society actually influence the decisions. We have capability to let them fire someone. We have capability to let them restructure something. Not in all cases, but still we as civil society are very strong and influential. And in a critical points, we are always consolidated, united in order to protect something or fight against something. So it just for us to take responsibility and fight for it. So civil society is one of the I think civil society is an answer to many cases. That's our biggest competitive advantage compared to many other places where now the situation is not safe and secure. And I'll not compare, but there are a lot of comparison. And I think that's our key to survive and become resilient and democratic, sustainably democratic. Would you like to add to answer?
There is one intervention here, a last one there, and then we have to break. Okay?
We have to eat.
I would like just to emphasize a few things. And from one side, you're right, there is a martial law. From other side, decentralization. And I would say that at the very beginning, definitely decentralization actually it's contributed greatly into the resilience. That's for sure. From other side, centralization has its own benefits with regards to winning the war. But we should probably think about some solutions which from one side, basically, I must say that I attended like many events when I saw mayors, like Ukrainian mayors, when they were speaking about this attempt of centralized everything. And for instance, international aid, absence of horizontal ways of providing that aid is a huge problem for like many cities and regions. So basically, when you are told what's needed for you, and in reality it's not, it's a huge problem. And maybe civil society, I think it should, and it has all the means how to make it happen. Like, I mean, more realistically, how to connect horizontally different, I don't know, communities or countries, if you will, with Ukrainian counterparts. So maybe that at this stage will be a solution how to still make them, you know, more competitive from one side, but from other side, you know, officially it won't be contradicted with the, I don't know, I cannot say scaling down the decentralization reform, but we do see that there are precedents in the Zaporizhia region and some other that the reform of decentralization, it seems like not very topical as of now.
Yeah, because we are going here to institutional capacity, because it's decentralization do not reject or cancel the importance of strong sustainable institutions which should be established. So it shouldn't be just a little knyaz, little king of the community who is ruling everything. Yeah, but I fully agree on this horizontal connections. That's number one thing, and that's number one constraint now, because the key complaints about centralized approach and martial law is that unfortunately, some of the guys wants to control some of the flows, and but that's a challenge we need to deal with and solve it. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe the last one, replica about civil society. So I'm talking from the perspective of urban activism now, and you also, Yulia, mentioned that civil society is very capable of making things someone fired or to protect something. But but much fewer examples of civil society creative energy to make something happen, to make something be implemented and shape this reality. Because it's not only about, making this or that ministry fired. Because, okay, and what's next? It's not only about, to protect this or that spare space, spare plot in the Kyiv city because we don't want another 25-story building there. What's next? So that's the answer, because civil society has to find creative energy, to shape the reality, create something.
Yeah, and here the question is going, I had a boss I worked with many years, and he gave me a good phrase which became a motto for a few years for my life, which was expect nothing, blame nobody, do something. So, and that's a mindset shift. Unfortunately, it's a fluffy thing to discuss, but that's how it works. You need to help people realize and co-own or adopt their own space they live in, their own community. And it's not happening in a day or two. And I have lots of conversation with my relatives when I'm saying why you have this ugly stuff in your main square in your tiny city? Come on, go and fight for that. Oh no, that's a state decided. So they don't feel ownership. They don't feel responsibility. They're still a bit afraid. So that's a Soviet heritage we are dealing with. But again, education and culture, two things which could change it. But it's a game, long-term investment. And we work with that. Many of us work with that. But again, you need time for this transformation and active movements, active projects, what we're doing. But fully agree here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for both presentations. And for the truly energizing discussion. After the break, we'll have a chance to workshop some of the ideas mentioned. But now it's time for lunch. So thank you. We should be back in 1 hour, 2:30. Yes, half of us will stay here and the other half will go to the other room.
So we split now. Is it working? Yeah. We split into two working groups, and I'd like you to respect the idea of a balance between Ukrainians and non-Ukrainians. So there is going to be one group here and another group in the room in the next room. Okay. I think Yulia mentioned something very interesting. Many interesting things I think before, but she said she was not sure whether she could give everything she had in mind because of I would say not security reasons, but the fact that we are being screened. So yeah, sensitivity. Yeah,
that's a good word.
So the idea is that obviously you should speak freely. There is no verbatim. There is no recording apart from the streaming, but the streaming, and I get confirmation, there is no streaming during the workshop, right?
We only stream the main sessions.
Okay, so during the workshop there is no... Is the microphone? Yeah. So, okay. So there is no... so there is no streaming during the workshop, so you can speak freely your mind. This is what I wanted to. This is the word I was trying to find, and this is the aim of this workshop is to speak out. Okay, so be aware the streaming is only when we have a kind of collective session. It's actually the first time we have this streaming tool. And then to present the breakout session, we'll have, instead of 1 hour, we'll have 1 hour and 20 minutes. So it gives us a bit of time, and it's structured in two sequences. The first sequences of 40 minutes will be about reflecting in your group on what are the bottlenecks and the challenges when it comes to supporting institutional development. So obviously the focus is on Ukraine, but we're also sharing our experience as non-Ukrainian, Western European, Central Europeans in this process. Okay, and I think Yulia also put it very nicely when she made her presentation. It's about what should be the priority instead of institutional development. So this will be the second step of the workshop, the following 40 minutes, where we will think about solutions and priorities in terms of what do we want to advise authorities to decide, implement in the future in order to support development of strong institutions in the country. And Yulia gave us some ideas already, and the discussion we had earlier gave us some ideas on, what are the rules of the games, how you change the culture, how you stimulate the mind shift. She mentions time, different steps. And I think this is where we want to go into this workshop, is to actually go deeper into what could be things that should be taken at high level, what should be taken at lower level in terms of stakeholders, communities, political authorities, and this is what we want to get out of this workshop, whose title is, where we need to concentrate, is on the governance aspects and stakeholder or community impact. Okay, so this is what we are aiming at for the next 1 hour and 20 minutes. So there will be one session here that will be managed by Alessandra, and I will be in the other room, and we will take notes. I think you mentioned also the jam board, no? Or
So all of you have received the link. I hope it works. And this is not for now. Now let's exchange as we are here, because this is a perfect platform. But if you will have ideas later, or maybe you want to elaborate on your ideas only mentioned during the workshop, feel free to write in a post-it.
so if you are willing to go to the second stage, we'll meet. So follow me for half of the group over there. And the other group will stay here with Alessandra. Yeah? Ready? So we noticed... we wanted to split this way, but it's not possible to go there. There is a huge minority of... I call it the Ukrainian camp here. So So we need to mix up. So you want? The Ronaldo Messi split. This is not very cultural. Yeah. Yeah. 3, 4. Yeah, we need, yeah. Good. Yeah, very good. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. How many are we here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Should be okay, no? Yeah. No, no streaming. No streaming. No, no, no. No streaming. No streaming at all, yeah. In the workshop, no streaming. No streaming during the workshops, okay? We want free
All right, thank you for coming back. And I hope you enjoyed the discussions in the groups, in our workshop groups. I must say I enjoyed ours thoroughly, and I cannot wait to share the fruits of our discussion. So would it be all right that we will start, our group will start? Just cannot wait.
Thanks for moderating and actually making notes, because I tried to, but I failed at some point. So we decided to cluster our challenges of community engaged governance. So as you can see, we listed quite a few of them, but we clustered them in 3. So the first one, and the reason why Alexandra is holding it, because we'll pair with the solution at the same time. So the first one, the biggest one, is the lack of respect and trust between communities, people, institutions, society, and institutions whatsoever. And here you can see that solution for that issue is to build communication strategy. The first, connect Romadas to share ideas, resources, and to enhance and engage and empower cooperation, because that means resilience. Somewhere here, so employ also mediators to introduce to empower the dialogue, to make the dialogue more efficient. And another one solution is to build clear processes that everyone could follow. So clear processes means understanding what actually this or that institution is doing. And understanding means trust, building trust. And also to share the stories of success, and to focus on positive examples, positive experience, to show that things are actually doable and manageable, and challenges could be overcome and faced, and we can make it. Yeah. So the second big challenge is need to manage expectations from both sides. So it's clear that we are kind of in this situation of war and survival. So change is needed right here, right now. So okay, let's do whatever we can to achieve this result, even though in the long-term perspective, this results could be, not that visible, not that visible. So how to manage those expectations, how to make those ambitions, align them actually to reality, is also focus on positives and share succeeded stories. Actually, you see it. Yes, we cannot, build 10 power plants in a year, but we can rebuild 1 or half of that. We can do something small, but that makes impact right here, right now. Also, the solution for that is to reuse shared spaces. For example, shaded spaces, those that are not really used, because we were talking about museums, that their halls are empty because the collections are kind of been preserved, because there is no point in making exhibitions really with the collection right now because of the war. But we can reuse that, and again, to show that some things are actually doable. Another one thing is transparency, right? And use resources. That's the second issue. It's feeding the public with the sense of the progress. That's again about communication strategy and sharing positive experience that, yes, we didn't achieve that big goal, but we are kind of our way, and see what the progress we made already. Another big challenge is the lack of resources, human resources, money, and any kind of resources that we can think of. And reuse of shaded spaces and museums, that's one solution for that. Another one solution is, again, the cooperation. So to share the resources that we have already. This increase efficiency of using whatever we have, if that's money or vehicles or whatever we have, and this again, this entrepreneurial spirit and resourcefulness, that's what I really like. Yeah, and to map NGO and overlapping activities. Thanks for helping. Yeah, so that sounds really like a research project, to map what we have and where, to just be aware what's available and at what moment of time, maybe to make, I don't know, the map, the resource like website for that. Yeah, and again about academia. So there are some resources, like for example those museums that I mentioned for the third time, but also academia in the broad sense, not only National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. That's the resource of people, that's the resource of expertise, that's the resource of knowledge that could be used, and they're really willing to help and to participate. And yeah, something here? No. Yeah. And one huge source of money, of experience, of good examples, it's European Union. That's obvious, just not to forget about that. Yes, I'm the one who's always talking about, you know, the external expertise might not be rooted in the local context, but anyway, that's better than nothing, and something actually might be used and should be used. What all mentioned here, not to reinvent the bicycle. Yeah. So that's a kind of that. Thanks for helping.
Maybe the second page. Okay, everyone. So I will try to make sense of our discussion, which was quite broad-ranging, more of a brainstorming nature. But colleagues, please pitch in at the end if I miss something. In terms of the challenges, and I'll go from my little list here, and this is more of the solutions. There were probably 3 big clusters and some smaller things, but overhanging all of that were the bigger questions of, one, framing. When we're talking about reconstruction, what do we mean in the middle of the war? Do we mean reconstruction of buildings and infrastructure, or do we mean reconstruction of services? Going back to a point the colleague made. And are we reconstructing for now, understanding that it may be destroyed again, or are we building the bigger version of the future? So framing matters. But within that, there were several things that were identified in particular. One is political culture, and the question of risk aversion inside the public sector. The question of hanging back, and the question of reputational risks in being part of a politically exposed person or a PEP. And this harks back partly to the Soviet legacy, but partly it's very much also a question of the legislative or the normative framework that might be existing in the country, where that doesn't help it in part. Coming back to that, so the second cluster was around the legal framework, and there are a number of challenges there. One is around a conflict of laws, that sometimes laws are actually conflicting with each other. Second is around ever-changing legislation, so it's very hard for people to keep track and keep updated with what's going on. And that also the legislative or normative setting is quite often done in silos or sectorally based. And for those that fall into both sectors or both areas, you know, there are again these challenges, and particularly if somebody wants to weaponize this against an institution or against an individual, then it's very easy to do so, again feeding into this risk-averse culture for the public sector. The third big cluster is around capacity, lack of capacity. Partly this is of course resourcing, okay, this is what partly the EU fund can help to address. But it's also a question of brain drain. There's real gaps of people either on the front lines or having left the country, so there's actual massive skill gaps. There's also lack of certain skills in areas to deal with this new reality that's coming up. So EU skills, EU knowledge, EU skills, questions of EU law, how do the EU institutions work, how to access funds, and so on. So that's another big cluster there. And among it all, there are these supplementaries. One is around the centralization of aid flow. There was a comment about public-private partnerships that are sometimes challenging in the Ukrainian context, particularly when the private sector are the large conglomerates that might be connected with oligarchs, and what does this actually mean when you actually connect the public sector even closer to the oligarchs, and both for reputational issues and actually practical matters. And then overarching it all were the questions of rule of law and corruption as well. So people kind of felt that, you know, this was like a red thread that was coming through a lot of the discussions. So that were the challenges. I'm glad to report that everything is sorted now. So we have all the solutions, really. But in reality, I think we just touched on some pinpoints. In terms of the legal framework, there were there were suggestions around reform of public service and leaner government. Decentralize and digitalize. I think all those four of those things, they're not revolutionary. I mean, Ukraine and other countries have been on that pathway to reform in these matters, but you know, there's probably value looking into even closer into where can this be done further, particularly connecting to legislative acts that create that confusion. Leaner government. There was a lot of conversation around how civil society has helped to fill really critical gaps. That it's much more agile, it's much more responsive, it's much more innovative, all those things that are a little bit of a struggle inside the public sector. So is there capacity to enable and empower civil society to play more of a role, particularly in the current emergency-like situation, when the state really can't step in or it would take too long to step in, and so on. Yeah, there were these comments about improved processes, improved legislation, improved policy dialogue. There was a conversation that, you know, there needs to be more spaces for multi-stakeholder conversations, also including the local government in better, and giving civil society a stronger seat at the table, which is complicated given decision-making table, which is complicated in the current context. Better coordination with donors. There was, there was a feeling also that there's a lot of reactive activity that's going on at the moment, which is very understandable given the urgency and the emergency of it all. But somehow within that, we need to also step on the front foot and be proactive in certain matters. And again, that comes back to that civil society is a little bit more agile to do this at this moment in time, even in the longer term. Okay, this is really the responsibility of the state, and it should carry on in that regard. Structure NGOs to inform policy. Okay, we've spoken about. In terms of capacity building, there were conversations about, what's that? Thank you. Training leadership. So capacity building programs that are actually rooted in the direct needs and assessed capacity needs of participants. There were again conversations about that some development programs are really not hitting the mark and are just recycling, resourcing rather than actually delivering change. There were lots of there were some really interesting comments about diaspora and how do we link with diaspora, particularly facing the reality that many might not return at this moment, but how can they continue to help and support Ukraine from abroad? And we were talking about also some sort of a corps program or volunteering program, either for Ukrainians, but also Europeans that might want to help Ukraine. Young, driven people to come in for a limited period of time to help fill those capacity or skill gap needs at the local level. Yeah, I think that's probably the main issues. There's a little bits and pieces here, but which I think you'll pick up for the Friday document, but overall that's kind of the main stuff. colleagues, what has been missed, what needs to be pointed out a bit more?
Right, thank you very much. We'll take all the challenges and solutions and work with them toward recommendations. Today, when it comes to the difficult part of the day, this is over. We can relax now. And we will still, if you wish, we'll still meet at dinner. But when it comes to the details, I think, Jana, you have the details. And for now, thank you very much. Today, we are meeting here as well at, may I just ask if it's 9 a.m.? It's 10 a.m. Tomorrow we're meeting again at 10 a.m. and we'll have 2 labs of a similar format. So stay braced and sharp for more discussions. And tomorrow there's also some cultural programs, so there will be some inspiration and creativity inducing activity. And for now I'm handing over to Jana. And thank you very much for today.
Thank you. So now you have a free time until 6:30. Also, if you would like to leave some of your stuff here, you can do it, because we will close the office right after our departure from here. And all details about where we meet at 6:30 you have in your agenda. So it's not really far from this place, and we will have time for informal also get together. And see you. Yes, yeah. You can go through the Belvedere Gardens, actually. That starts here, and then you go to the lower Belvedere, and then you pass just the square, and you at the point. Okay. Thank you, and see you later.